today we're going to be getting back into some more Spiritfarer. We're at 77% complete of the game, it looks like. So we'll see where the game takes us. I'm excited to see where it takes us at this point. Let's see, we have to do these current objectives for Elena. Have to bring Gustav to the Everdor. Play Daria's song somewhere in the cafeteria, buy new items at the vending machine, and bring Beverly to the Everdor. So we have to get 6 Radiant Springs. Okay. I'm guessing we have to go upstairs, all the way upstairs. Hi, who are you? Got hired by an external firm to do some cleaning here. Don't actually work for the hospital, but I only work here. That's a bit strange, ain't it? I don't get benefits or anything like that. If I get hurt on the job, they just fire me. The other day, Marcus slipped on some fluid. Broke his wrist. The hospital didn't even want to chase him. He just went home. Haven't seen him in a while. I just know he's not in the calendar anymore. Well, I better look out for any fluid or something. Gotta be extra safe out here. Yeah. So I'm guessing the people that I found are finally here, maybe? I don't know. This is cafe. Ah, right here. Okay. This wreck lies hidden among the reefs and the mud. Only a faint glow betrays its presence. It lies on its side, abandoned and forgotten. As I get closer, the noise hits me. Voices happy and sad, playful bangs and clangs. Within this ship, I've lived a great many deal of faceless shades. Mother and father, truly unruly brothers and sisters, a cacophony that is enticing and dreadful at once. Ah! Okay, so that platform disappears. Good to know. And so does that one. Okay, that one also disappears. Well, that's not good. Gotta time this now that I know. Okay, you do not disappear like I thought you did. Can I? Oh, shit. Okay, I got it now. I got what I need to do. Get you to come back, you. No! Oh, damn it. You. Yeah. This is gonna be a pain in the butt with disappearing platforms. No. I went the wrong way. Alright, I went the exactly, I went completely the wrong way. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Because this is the only... Oh, shit! Okay, so that one disappears. Ah, I got it now. Come on. Why am I not timing this right? Okay, I've got to go here. Then that works. You. I'm gonna watch, because that one's gonna disappear. Alright, you've disappeared. Come on, come back. That's it. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Can I can't land on... That's... Oh, this is gonna be fun. Now I've completely screwed myself. Oh! No! That was so close. Oh, game, why do you hate me? Go. Ah! Phew. One of the shades escapes me. It is protiform and Antonio. Antonio? Insubstantial. It has a ghastly quality that I cannot easily understand, and it seems to actively resist focus. It takes some convincing for me to accept it for what it is, an echo of a previous self. Remnants undevoured by the depths, unaware of them even. A treasure of incommensurable value. I'll meet it with cautious curiosity. Ugh. Oh God, why game? I love this game. I love this game. I do love this game, but I don't love the platforming that I have to do half the time. Okay, is that platform gonna disappear? That's in front of me. I've got to watch it. Doesn't look like it does, so... You do, though. Right. And suddenly I'm filled with sadness, for I realise or remember one essential truth that perhaps I would rather not remember. The tableau before me exudes a chaotic happiness. A family brought together by conflicts and laughter. More? Fine. You gonna disappear? Platform in front of me? Yep. You? Please don't. You will. You aren't. Oh, this is fun. These guys disappear. need you to come back. Thank you. If at any point some all-powerful painter were to judge the tableau and remove the ghastly lone shade from it, nothing of the composition would be affected, unnoticed and untouched. Hi, Daria! You hungry? I can't eat. I can't. Enough. Something else, please. Fresh, delicate, juicy. Delicious fruit. Thank you. Fuzzy and soft, delicate. Well, I got my springs, so let's buy this.
Thank you.
And rooms by the sea, the vending machine, and buy new items. Right here. Okie doke. At least it wasn't too far away. This melody's pretty. After an eternity of drifting, this place took me in. You would not have recognized me, sunburnt, cracked, bursting at the seams. A mind bloated with the muddy thoughts of self and of the other. Useless detritus brought back from the depths. Oh no, not more of these. Oh, and I can't land on that. Got it. Oh, this is just great. They blink out a lot faster. Oh, this is just grand. How do I get them to stay put long enough for me to jump? You're telling me that one's not real? Okay, I was gonna say, that has to be. They bound me here with coarse moorings, and when I roared and thrashed and raved, they only tightened the bonds. Brutish methods, but as I came to understand, efficacious ones. For while they could not see the raging ocean with its winds and tempests and its waves that I was forced to breathe in, leaving me hurt and sickly, they seemed to understand that I should not be allowed to sink. This was a trip I would not survive. Hey. Oh! Oh! Timing is everything. No! Things have changed now. They are the new caretakers. They are different. Nary a sound. They move graciously, they wear soft gloves and velvety shoes. They secretly busy themselves around me, an unseen army of shades and ghostly servants, always making sure that I never go wanting. And then, Stella, there is you. Mole rings, but a different kind. You are the only one who understands the sea. That is not something to be scared of, but a miracle to be celebrated. A reliquary of strange and alien treasures. Overwhelming in their otherworldly beauty, only you can explore this strange world with me. An anchor, a buoy, a lifeline all at once. Thank you, Stella. Fresh, delicate, juicy, delicious fruit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna buy that. You stole my precious Muriel's sticky toffee. It had my name written on it and everything. Just my luck. Half the time they get stuck coming down the machine because they're so sticky. I've wasted so much time and effort trying to get that delicious toffee. And you just get it on the first try. No fair. Give it back. Please, 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 please. Listen, we can trade for it, okay? Thank you so much. Muriel's sticky toffee is the only thing that soothes my toothaches. Ah, sweet teeth toffee. Okay, so there are ads in 9 minutes, so I'm gonna pause here, run ads, that way they don't interrupt anything. And if you want to help keep me on the platform and help me keep me going, why not consider subscribing? And especially if you have Amazon Prime and you link it to your Twitch, you get 1 free subscription a month, and it gives you 30 days free ad viewing and access to my emotes, and it's free to use, so why not use it on me? But I'll see everyone on the other side.
Thank you. You love me. You really love me.
Welcome back from ads, Ohana. Let's get back into Spiritfarer. Azlif? Alizif? I am really bad with words and names. Please, tell me how you want me to pronounce it, or do you want me to just call you Cthulhu? I can do whatever you want. I hope you're doing well, though. Let's go get this quest. It's over in this corner. I think I know where I'm going. Don't you just love when everything is clean? I'm talking clean. Like eating off the floor clean. Something to be proud of. Like you can see the reflections inside clean. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna dream about clean floors tonight. Wow, I can barely recognise this place. It's a good kind of beige now. It's still just a hospital. And see, I told you that vending machine was magic or something. I'm happy, you know, but it's super creepy. What? An all-powerful snack dispenser capable of changing the laws of physics? You don't find that's creepy? You're right. What am I even saying? That's not possible. I probably just need glasses. Yeah, that's it. I'm just blind now. Overbook is just a totally normal hospital and I can't see properly. I won't question it any longer then. Thank you, I suppose. So, we're done here then. I guess we go back to the ship. Huh. I don't even know I was cooking something and I left. Okay. I cooked a casserole. I don't remember cooking a casserole, but alright. I do remember gardening. This I do remember doing. I don't remember what I left for. This is what happens when you don't have a chance to play the game for a bit because your health decides to say, fuck you, no streaming. Oh well. I have a quest here to do as well. Let me check on my sheep though. They're gold. Chickens are not. They need food. Chickens also have eggs for me. 11 eggs? Good God. Check on cow. Milk cow. Stop. I need food. Fine. Here. I don't approve of fried foods. Okay, fine. Picky bitch. Here, yogurts? Okay, you don't want yogurts. Pudding? Okay, there. Stella, I've been thinking about my play and how people didn't like it. It's okay. As Mom says, they are entitled to their hope onion. I'm not sad or angry anymore because of it. I guess there are things in life you can't really control, can you? Like, the cat. I don't think it can be here. No! No! We should go to the Everdore. Will you come with me? I think I'm scared. I don't think I like new places that much, but if you're with me, I think it will be alright. Breakfast! Exactly the same as before! Awesome! Oh! Found this in my room and I thought you might need it. Oh, not Stanley! Anyone but Stanley! Game, you're making me hate you. I don't want to get rid of Stanley. I don't want to make Stanley go bye-bye. This game's gonna make me so upset with it. I'm fine if it's anyone but Stanley. Pine planks. I need 28 of those. Okay. Where's the golden dragon? Is he over here? That's the silver one. I'm going that way. I'm not happy that Stanley wants to leave. Oh. A lack of food on the... There. Thank you, Skipper. This meal is nourishing. I need to find the wood cutting. Where did I put it? Look! I found something you might like, perhaps. Here's a gift from my collection. I hope you appreciate the value of such oddities. Thank you! Do I have pine? I do. Mini game of doom. Come on. Ah, I can never get these. Never. Pine planks do I have now? I have enough! I need electrum sheet though. Got it. No, I don't want to start the events. 2 electrum sheet. I have mail. Go see what the mail says. Looter's literary review. It's the Adventurer First Order book. The Looter's literary review presents the first of Crow's End Ink lost painting. Remember, assault can be a treacherous foe when you're made device. See enclosed Portolian chart for reference. It came. You have to check this out. I subscribed to this magazine a few weeks ago. It's Looter's literary review. What? Are you kidding me? You don't know what it is. It's just the most epic treasure hunting magazine out there. Every issue is a very difficult and fantastic riddle to find the lost treasures of the Crow's End Ink trading empire. It varied goods from island to island. Before Raccoon Ink became a merchant powerhouse, Crow's End reigned supreme. Of course, Theodore Raccoon started ambushing Crow's End's vessels out of pure mercantile spite. The company collapsed after a few months of a constant attack. The wreckage still hunts our seas to this day. Entire shipments of valuables were lost at sea and never recovered. Until now, the answers are all here. 1 Crow's End ink per treasure chart per issue. That's the promise. The rest of the magazine is articles about living off the land, fighting your streams while sleeping. It even has ads for crystals and dragon eggs. It's a pretty great magazine. The guy who writes it's called Casper Crayford. Obviously a pseudonym for security reasons. To protect himself from fans and Raccoon Ink. Anyway, I just got my first issue. There's an article on secret airwaves that can cook food in seconds. I'm going to read that right now. You should take a crack at the issue's result. I bet it's a hard one. Go ahead, open it up. Oh wow, what an adventure, and look at that, you got a Portolian chart, which is basically just a pretty looking treasure map. That will help you find the treasure more easily. It's an old map though, so it might not be that easy. You can use it with the projector in the archive room B2522. Go try it. Project. Okay, gotta figure out where that is. It's gonna have to wait till morning. Oh, well, I'll wait, I'll make this sheet. Didn't break it to... Oh, got 2! Perfect! Don't need to make any more. Which means I can go sleep. I gotta figure out what the heck I want to order for lunch. Since I don't really have much in. So let's see. It's not one of these guys. It's not you. Got to see where I can. Got to look. Is it maybe you, Shadow Forest? Might be Shadow Forest. Because Shadow Forest looks like it's the only... Or it could be Loneberg. I think it's Loneberg, possibly. I want to see real quick before I start this, since I'm already here. Let's see. I think it might be No, it's not Loneberg. No, it might actually. I think it is Loneberg. Yeah, it's Loneberg. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely Loneberg from the looks of it. much of this as I can. Oh, sorry, kitty! Ah! Crap, missed that one. Oh well. Oh, 1/3. Ugh. Hi, buddy. This is great. Oh, come on, people. Bus stop. Actually, I've got this. Spock. Yeah, it's Spock. Whoa! What a great riddle. I bet you won't figure it out. I know where to look, but I've taken an oath. The looter's oath, which states never talk about looting with another looter. You're on your own for this one, Stella. But Spock's the one who's taken that oath. Let me find the voice. 1 second. Arrgh! Ahoy there, matey! Oh, Johnny Silverlegs right here, Bobby mate inside. Hoist in the mainsail. As an humble buccaneer, I can never disobey me, Captain. These cruising treasures are an old Corsair stream. If you need it, I can offer up me cartography knowledge. Come see me if you ever feel lost on the seas. Arrgh! Look, Captain! You hungry, buddy? I'm not hungry. That's weird because I'm always very hungry. But I don't now for some reason. Did you give me food recently? That might be why. Check on the sheep. I could do with feeding. Not really sure what to feed them at this point, but YOLO. Just throw things at them, it works. They're not picky. Cow! There you go. Thank you, cow. You're a good cow. Let's travel. Can't remember his name now. Why? It's gotta be right around there. It's definitely right around there somewhere. I'm gonna say maybe here-ish? And let's cook down this stuff. Plant some more sunflowers, because that's what I'm feeding the chickens, is sunflower seeds. I don't know what I just planted there, but I planted something. I'm gonna plant some tea seeds, why not? Oh, I planted linen. Buck, where are you? Commander? There's Stella. One Doria has expressed your desire to receive your visit. Regards, Overbrook's caretaker. Okay. did you go? I want to talk to you, please. I mean, Stella, well, I can't believe the campaign is over. I mean, yeah, I'm thrilled, but I don't know. I feel empty now. Ha! You know what? I'll prepare a little something else for you. Something simpler, maybe, just to take a breather. You'll see. Commander, I'm sorry to require but a fragment of your precious time, but I gladly accept a modest meal. A vile hunger tortures my innards. Blessed the stars, an old-fashioned entree, a treat of ancestral beauty. It's so beautiful. Commander, well, never mind. I have some snacks, Stella. Do you want some? I was in dire need of a spirit heal. My mana was low. Buck, why does your fucking quest have to be so difficult? You just hate me, Buck, don't you? Giving me a difficult-ass quest because I don't know how to really read maps very well. Does anyone anymore? I feel like map reading is something that kind of just went out of, like, knowledge. Unless, like, you're a captain of, like, a ship or something. And I say like a lot. I just realised that. I need to stop that. Okay. I feel like this is it. Maybe it's not. It's definitely not you. It's not you. There's the gold dragon over there. I'm gonna try moving a little bit and see if maybe that's what I need. Buck's not gonna tell me, is he? I don't think Buck's gonna tell me. And this is gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm just gonna go back to the bus stop. I'm gonna go back to the bus stop and I'm gonna just travel to where I need to go and I'm gonna cook. What am I missing? I'm missing this. And I don't... I'm missing several dishes. That's a tea or a coffee. Some kind. Travel over to this bus stop. I don't want to look up answers, but at the same token too, when it comes to the cooking stuff, it's a pain in the butt. Susan's Museum, let's go. That's it. Spiritfarer recipes. Okay. One of them I would have never guessed that I'm missing. Which is literally just cooking fire glow. Flaming firebirds! Never would have guessed. Susan, I'm here for my achievements. And I know you hate me. You're very open with your hate, Susan. Oh, missing that one. I want the pirate outfit. More dishes. That's incredible. New Spiritfarers never cease to amaze me. Always relying on that everlight. What a life you must have. Ooh, black outfit? Say no more. I'm guessing I'll have to finish this. What do you want? Get on with it already. Bye, Susan! Susan, you're such a bitch. Let's see here. So I don't have snow. Okay, I've got to catch snow crab. Have I made bread? Because there's fire glow, shellfish. There's the firebird, shellfish stew, grain, salad. I've made bread. Made southern boil. Made fish curry. I made noodle soup. Made clam cake. Bouillabaisse. Grilled mushrooms. Okay. Do I have a mushroom? I do. Let's cook a mushroom. I have mushroom in my hot. I'm not. That's such a bad pun. Why do I do these things? I don't know. I'm gonna guess I can only get snow crab where it's snowing. I'm gonna go see Francis. I'm gonna hope I can get snow crab here. I mean, it's kind of got snow in the water. And I broke my rod. Good job. I hear you, Francis. I'm gonna come see you in a second. I'm trying to catch whatever this is. Not sure what it is. A salmon! Alright. Not terrible. Grilled mushrooms, let's go. Let's get these out. Hi, Francis. I want to sell you this, the vase, the glue of that, the ceramic bowls, the cup, that. What are those empty shells? 'Cause I don't think I need those, but I might. What orange? Apple pie, noodle soup, fish sticks, fried rice, cornbread. Really need to get that honey off of him. And that maple syrup, because I probably need that for cooking purposes. Hi, Henry, how are you? Trying to figure out all this stuff I need. Glad to hear it. I need to go to the bus stop. I'm very confused at what I need for this game at this point. I'm kind of looking up a guide for the cooking, because the cooking has gotten me very confused. Yeah. Mushroom. And what did it say? A crustacean. Okay. It's meant to be, but that's a shellfish, cephalopod. Do I have a crustacean? There we go. It's meant to be, but the cooking aspect of it, when you're trying to finish it, is confusing. Also, I have a map that's being really confusing. I'm supposed to figure out where I'm meant to go with it. Oh. I'm sure you can find something nutritious for me. Yeah. You like... Do you like old-fashioned? I don't remember if you like old-fashioned or not. Here, have mushrooms. You want food? So here, have fruit candy. Look, found something you might like. Thank you. Where's Beverly? Is Beverly in her house? I haven't seen her in a while. And Buck's just laying there and won't help me with anything. I don't know where Beverly is. See, so I have this map that the game gave me, right? This is the map. I have to get to where that red X is. That honestly looked to me like I'm gonna go to where I have to chart, where you can chart to sail. That honestly looked to me like it was over here, because that looks like it's Loneburg. But I went to this general area And nothing. So now I don't know where I'm supposed to go. So it's confusing. I made the bisque. Now that I've made bisque, what else am I missing? There's a black coffee, the berry pie, pear tartlet, fisherman's pie, peach cobbler, cherry pie, shrimp tempura. So it's whatever's after shrimp tempura. Grilled chicken, okay. So chicken. I have chicken. Exactly! That's very odd. And I'm trying to figure it out because it's part of a quest that I have to do. And if I don't, I need to figure it out because it's like a required quest. See, you're supposed to do this. It says right here. Find the crow's ending clause bounty, and that's what that map is. So I'm frustrated because I'm trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go for that map. If I could project it over the damn map that I have for travel purposes. But I can't. So I'm at a loss. Students, a new task. This creature is in pain. It will thrash and fight. It'll be a decent challenge for you. As long as you don't forget to use your dash ability. Go. I'll be timing you, of course. I love timed events. So much. Not. Are you? That's bullshit! It goes up and down. That is bullshit! Yeah, but it's timed and I haven't finished it. The timer's in the corner there. is a crock of bullshit. I'm not gonna do this in 27 minutes. I'd like to know who can. Oh! Right. Oh, you fucking... fucking game. Oh no! I went the wrong way! Ah! Which way am I going? Over here. Okay, I've got to wait. I've got to wait till this restores. Okay, okay, okay. Which way am I going? And drop. Oh, you absolute shite bag. Where's your head? A minute 28 left to spare! Not bad, but not good. Keep at it. I won't tell you your time. It might get to your head. On to the next one. You are showing promise. What are you waiting for? Go on now, student. Bitch! Look, lady, I fucking did it. Fuck you. Here, have some fucking soap. Here, have a... Fine, you don't want... You are so picky. Gotta capture over one-third of all severe lightning strikes and one-third of all deadly pulsar rays. And figure out where the hell this bounty is. I might look it up because I don't want to drive myself up a wall trying to figure it out. But at least the timed one is done. I don't do well with timed stuff in games. And that's just I don't do well with timed testing either. I never did well when things were timed. Yeah, I don't think anyone does really well with timed stuff anymore. I mean, I'm not sure though. I just know, like, when I was school age, I had to have accommodations for testing because I was never good at testing. And it sucks. Book. Okay. I was right there. I looked it up for the map. I was right there. For the first one, anyway. I was just a little bit off. I'll go visit Albert first to get my ship upgrade, because I'm close enough to that. And I gotta ring the bell to wake everyone up. I forgot about that. Water the plants. I mean, I've always said I'm very curious. I also hate, like, when people say... God, I say like too much. That's one thing. I also hate when people say, we'll talk about it. I have something to talk to you about, but we'll talk about it later. No, 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 no. You tell me what we need to talk about. Don't give me that anxiety-ridden, oh, we'll talk about it later. Because that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna make me anxiety-ridden. Oh, you can't digest dairy. Okay, do you want chicken? And... see, do you want anything? Trying to get his mood up. Food for the yummy, for the little boy. Am I a champion? I'm now gonna eat this breakfast. I did this drawing for you. Oh, it's a drawing of Artul. Child. I don't want to get rid of the child. Albert, what's up? Oh, I hope there's a mirror in that cellar of yours because it's looking good. I really hate your puns, Albert. I really hate them. They're not funny. Oh, I need another gold ingot. Okay. I need more gold. I need more gold. Got it. We're gonna go make some gold! You dislike fine dining meat and fried. Okay. Oh, there's Beverly. Stella, I'm not good begging. Okay. Beverly. I was wondering where you were hiding, dear. Here you go. Stealing's just on for me. I don't need an extra pick-me-up. Laksa. Exotic and old-fashioned. Do I have... There we go. Try to get everyone's mood to be like 100%. Now I can make gold ore. I didn't have any coal in there. Would help if I had coal in there. Oh god. There we go. Gotta get a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Perfect. I still gotta figure out what I want to order for tea. I don't know what to order for tea. I have enough money to order something for tea, and I don't know what I want to order. Ugh. I hate being indecisive. I need rose gold sheets, spirit flower, and EXP potion, an XP potion. Well, I've gotten another upgrade, so that's good. Francis is here! What are you doing here? Or maybe I shouldn't question what he's doing here. I kinda need him for money. I can make you an apple pie and noodle soup real quick, Francis. I need to... Shit! I don't have any sunflower seeds! I was gonna say, I've got sunflower seeds, what the hell? Let's see here. What do I want to plant? Oh, plant tomato, that works. nice flower. Oh, Francis. Why do you want things that take forever to cook? We have an ad starting in 9 minutes, so I'm gonna pause here, run ads, and I'll see everyone on the other side. Welcome back from ads, everyone. An army advert to join the army. I mean, no. To grow confidence? No. Can't say that's a good reason to join the army. A good reason to join the army would be because benefits, like, I know that the army does benefits of, well, our army does benefits of, you get, like, free schooling and things like that. mean, like, when you get out of the army, not what the benefits of the greatest, you get, like, when you get out of the army, some of the benefits you get here would be being able to go to the VA hospital, things things, for example, going, like I said, god damn it, I really need to work on that. Things, going to the you're able to use the VA, you're able to have, they give you, like, I'm catching myself saying like too much. I know they give, I believe they give a check every month or so. For veterans to live off of. And veterans here also get housing, I want to say. I don't really know everything, and I'm not going to claim to. Because I could never join the military here, even if I wanted to. But yeah, it doesn't make sense. Oh, you want to be able to speak to your own teacher, do you? What the fuck? -71. Mm, 180. Okay. Like I said, I know very little of the US military. Only what I know of the US military is from speaking to veterans and things of that nature. But for me, I don't know everything. And that's, as I say, due to I've never been in the military, and I can't. For several reasons. The biggest reasons, my mothership's only child. I was assigned female at birth. I have asthma. So those are the three big reasons I am not allowed in the military. New improvement acquired. Water retaining soil, garden upgrade, field upgrades. Nice. Those are the three biggest ones. It's been better now that I don't have debilitating migraine that I had. Oh, great pirate captain, what a marvellous find in the hosting list. Many captains have perished in such conditions, not you. No need to walk the plank. Now we just have to wait for the next issue of Ludo's literary review. Hopefully has more articles about seagulls. So yesterday we finished a game. We fully finished a game yesterday. I'm really proud of that. Even though I was told there's 26 different endings to the game, I got an ending. As far as I'm concerned, game's done. And Mothership surprised me and let me know we have tickets to go see the Lilo and Stitch movie in the live action one. I'm excited for that. And husband, as I call him, got me some stuff off of Throne. He surprised me with that yesterday. Exclamation mark Throne if you want to check it out and you feel like giving me anything off of my Throne. There's stuff on... So, Throne is really cool. It is a privacy-friendly wish list that offers your viewers to be able to get you things that you might need for stream, or things you might want, or in my case, I have stuff on there that's disability aids, and it's completely privacy. It's got complete privacy. You don't see their real name, they don't see your real name, no addresses are shared, nothing like that. And you can do completely anonymous donations to people if they have what's called crowdfunding enabled on items. So you can donate anywhere from like $5 and up to a crowdfunded item to help them get something that they might need or want. I'm not sponsored by them, I'm not partnered with them, I just love their program and their platform. I've won prizes from them before, because I do giveaways for your wish list on like Twitter and Blue Sky every so often. And they have partnerships with a lot of different companies, including like Amazon and stuff like that. So, with Amazon, so it's also a lot safer than using an Amazon wishlist, because an Amazon wishlist also will actually show your address and will dox you. The only people who know your address or any of your information is Throne, and that is all encrypted in their back end, so there's no chance of it getting out. And they take PayPal, and I don't know what else they take. They also have where you can crowdfund for monetary as well, or even like ask for monetary donation. So, say for example, you want to purchase something for IRL that costs X amount of dollars, let's just say $50. You can put up a thing on there saying, I need $50 for, I don't know, a computer part or something that you can't find. And you can put crowdfunding on so that your viewers can donate to it, and then they have a back end where they have a program that they're partnered with to cash out the money for you. So it's all like completely safe and stuff like that. It's all completely safe, and it makes it, and you can't cash out the money or anything until it's fully funded. And if, let's say, you cancel something, from what my knowledge is, you can't cancel stuff that's what stuff you start a crowdfund for something and it gets money donated to it, you cannot cancel it at all. You have to see it through to getting it funded. So the little bar on the bottom of my screen that keeps flipping back and forth, that has a percentage on it and has a QR code, that's an item that I have that's almost fully funded on Throne that I really want. It's a plushie of Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2. And I won crowdfunding money towards it from Throne. And you can just leave you can have it put on your stream like, hey, like, again, sorry, I keep catching myself saying that. You can put crowdfunding stuff on your stream so that people can see that you have it. They actually even have, like, at the bottom in my panels below, they have where you can enable for people to see your Throne wish list and see some of the stuff that you would want or need that maybe you can't afford yourself. It's basically another way to support your favorite streamer. So So, my throne has obviously things I'd love to have. There's also things on there that, if they're fully funded, I will do IRL handcam streams to open or craft them, because I have, I have Pokemon cards on there, I have resin miniatures on there, I think I have Legos on there, I don't know. But I craft resin miniatures, I love Pokemon. I also have stuff I also have snacks on there. There's boxes of different snacks from different countries. And I've said on there, if they were to get funded or paid for, I would try them on stream. And also too, you can integrate your throne with, if you have a Discord, you can integrate it with that so that people can get notified of your featured item on your wish list that you might want. And you can set how often people are notified about it. It can also shout out when people crowdfund and help with your crowdfunding. It also has where it shows when people buy something for you. And you can also integrate it into your Twitter, and it'll tell people if someone's bought you something and thank them for it. It'll also tell them when your stuff's getting money towards the crowdfunding of it, and also makes a post for you like every couple of weeks to let people know you even have a throne wish list. I love the anonymous side of it. I think that's one of the greatest things they've done. That it's fully anonymous. There's no real names shared. And some people even have it enabled for surprise gifts, so they won't know what they're getting from you until it arrives. And so I believe my throne has that enabled. So I won't know unless the person picks to say they want me to know what I'm getting. I won't know. I can go in and reveal it if I really wanted to, but I've never done it. They also have where you can get item suggestions to add to your wish list from friends or viewers or things like that. So, let's say a viewer sees something that they want to purchase you, but it's not on your list. They can go in and suggest it to you and say, hey, I want to suggest this gift to you, can you put it on your list? And you can choose whether or not you want to add it. And once you add it, then they have the option of being able to purchase it for you. It's a really fun website, and there's a lot of people who use it. It's been around for a bit. There are some people who don't like it. There are some people who do. There are some people who don't even know it exists. It's one of those where... Right. But if you do !throne in the chat, it'll take you to my wish list. It'll give you a link to mine. And so you can see what it is. I don't want tuna! Shit. trying to find snow crab, game! You're gonna tell me this is tuna too, aren't you? Uh-huh! Maltesers, Andrew, Arrow. The thing is, it's very hard for me to get here, unfortunately. So, there is one, yes, there is one grocery store near me that stocks it. That grocery store is over an hour's drive away. And when I go, 9 times out of 10, they don't even have it in stock. Yeah, an hour's drive. Yeah, and it sucks because when I take that drive out there, I'm going because I want to pick that stuff up. And when I get there 9 times out of 10, like I said, it's not in stock. I was fortunate the last time I went, which was several months ago, so I don't have anything here now. They had quite a few of the things in stock that I liked. And I was able to get a good portion of it. But now, unfortunately, like Mothership's car is kind of chugging along at this point, and I don't want to ask her to drive an hour away just for me to get snacks. As much as I love them. Students, another challenge. This is an easy one, a little bit of brain and thunder. I won't say this often. Your survival probabilities are rather high. Just don't let your guard down. You would have like grilled chicken. Remember, use your dash ability in there. You need to move really fast. Heads up, thunder's here. Yeah, well, that's probably due to the fact that the sugar over there is not like our sugar. I'll be with you in a second, lady. I'm working on my garden! Actual sugar's good though. And fine, not bad. I wouldn't put it on a leaderboard or you on a podium, but you've got some talent. This should be a good reward for you. Don't have anything else. Scram. Bitch. 34 469. Let's go. Have a good look. I hope Minion gets to bed easily for you. Improve. So your cereal go faster. Oh, those vegetables breathe and swing. Okay. So I don't need to really improve anything. It's already improved. I need to see where I have to go to catch snow crab. I'm gonna check it and see here. Colstein fishing. Okay. Holstein fishing. Shadow Forest, Car's End, Hidden Shrine. Shima. Nordweiler. I'm gonna assume it's over this area. Amber Town, Edgeboro. Now I'm curious. Where the hell is this? Oh, where it's snowing. Near the mines. So, near the Colstein mines. Over here. Got it. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Travel. Actually, it'd be better if I went this one. This one's closer. Go sit over there, that works. A gift! Here's some fire glider. Be sure and make me something extra spicy, please. Do you want a hug now? That was nice. wonderful. I've got her all the way up to full happiness.
What's for lunch? Do you have a snack or something? Rid of a vice, big cat. You should always have at least a cookie on you. Or applesauce.
You like dessert.
Fruit is not my friend. I don't want it around.
Here.
Breakfast! Exactly the same as before. Awesome! Let's hug you. This is great.
Your mood's all the way up now. Come here, Gustav. Let me give you a hug.
A hug?
Good, good. Still need to give you get your mood up more. Let's try and get this crab that I need. I'm really hoping I can get this snow crab because I need it. Ah! Come on. Oh! Fishing, why must you be so difficult? You're not a snow crab, you're a lobster. You're definitely not a snow crab. No, rod's gonna snap if I go any further. Can you just let me catch it, please? Snow crab! That's one. I think I need like 2 or 3. Come on. I just need a couple more. Oh! I just need like 1 more or 2. I'm not trying to be greedy. I just want to do the recipes, and I need you for the recipes. Ugh. I get it, you hate me, Snake Crab. I'm also testing it by trying to pull it back when the road is bright red. Ba, 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 ba. Fishy, fishy, fishy. No. No. That's a blue salmon. It's not what I need. Gotta wait. Gotta wait again. That's sure again. Not what I need. Come on. Chars. Now, what did I need this snow crab for specifically? Snow crab and flour. Got it. I think there was another recipe that called for snow crab. I'm not sure now. Because I'm looking at this list of all the dishes I need, and let's see. Yeah, there was. I need at least one more snow crab. Okay. There is a dish that is specifically just snow crab. That's a lobster, not a crab. This might be a crab. way it's acting, it might actually be the crab I need. It is! Let's go! Perfect. Got the crabs. I've got to cook the one by itself. Gotta ring this bell to wake everybody up. Ring, ring, ring. Banana phone. Crab cake's done. Crab cooked by itself. Plant more fire glow, and I'll plant this last lettuce seed I have and water it. I'll plant my sunflower seed. Perfect, there we go. Check on you, you're good. Head over to the bus stop. I'm gonna have to get more honey. Good morning. That's comfort. You like comfort, tomato pizza, old fashioned. So you actually like these? Over, yes! Your humble servant accepts your gift of comfort with much deference, Commander. As much as his taste buds cast a salary spelling delectation. His stomach lost its initiative for all. This is so good. I was in dire need of a spirit heal. My mana was low. Morning. You dislike fine dining, meat and fried. Popcorn? I don't know what the fuck to give you, lady. You don't want to hug now? That's fine.
How you doing, Kaiser?
$34.69. Yep.
I'll do this drawing for you. Oh, Gwen!
Oh, God, you're gonna break my heart. Kaiser's not fully awake because Kaiser just came in, played his intro, and hasn't said a word. Yep, I knew it. Cause I need your help when you're more awake. I need to know what I should order for tea, because I don't have anything in, and I've got enough money to order something for tea, and I don't really know what I want to order. That's not helping me, but okay. No, I don't know what I want to order. Pizza? Yeah, I suppose I could do. Let's see, recipes. I need to figure out what comes after the mushroom salad. Mushroom salad. Mushroom salad. Mock gruel. Sawdust and dairy. Guess I'll order pizza in a bit, then. Mackerel, aloo goby, clam chowder, shellfish and fat. Okay. Fat. Shellfish. See, I was actually torn between pizza or Mackey's. So it's like, I need help. I don't know what to order. Marriage ring? Elena! Keep your distance. Catch over 1/3 of all deadly pulsar rays and go to Overbrook. That's not pulsar rays, is it? No, that's jellyfish. Go to the bus stop. I gotta figure out what else I need fish-wise. Once a symbol of a promise, now it's just lost. I wish there was a way to see what fish I've caught. Because I don't know. Oh, there's fried surf. That's done. And what? Okay. So I can't make the carrots because I don't have honey. Make the octopus, because I can make the octopus. And I know that... What's his face? The onion guy has honey. But I don't remember what I need to get honey from Onion Man. No! That's a squid. That is not an octopus or anything that I might need. Oh well. Overbrook's over here, so we'll go to this bus stop. And get everything here, Walters. Grilled octopus done. Hi, Panda. How are you? See, do I have squid skewer made yet? I do. So the next thing I'm looking for to make is after fishy sticks. Vegetable stir fry. Veggie, not a leaf veggie. And fats. A nut, mushroom, or potato. I'm sorry you're exhausted. That's a root veggie, so you'd work. Let's go to Deadly Pulsar Race. I gotta go to them. I've got to go down here to Overbrook, so I'm gonna go to Overbrook first. They told me my shirt is shipped. Mug, I can understand that it is already shipped because sublimation's not that difficult to do. Shirts, yeah, I can see that taking a bit because it's screen printing. So screen printing's not an easy process to do. I've actually learned how to do screen printing. Fun fact. And I know how difficult it is, how long of a process it is.
It is done. Stella, you are here. I feel how do you like my paintings? I need your help, Stella. Another dive away from here. You know what I mean, do you not? The doctors, they will not say a thing. Not if I'm going with you. They know better than to protest. They know what it all means. It is, let us go.
I'm getting the bats! There's vegetable stir fry done. And after vegetable, I'm looking for what comes after. Because I can't do that. I'm looking for what comes after cake. Focaccia! Wheat flour and fats. Francis, I need to talk to you. Come here. I was gonna go for the Deadly Pulsar Rays, but I need to talk to Francis, because I need to know what I need for honey and maple syrup. And Francis is the only way to get honey and maple syrup. You can't get it any other way. blah, 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 blah. I need... What do I need for you? Yellowfin, bluefin, and Aldo Cortina for fucking honey. Oh, you bastard. And a sockeye salmon for maple syrup. All the salmon! And all the tuna! Francis, you fucking asswipe. Francis sucks. Just saying. Let's open this. We have another map. Welcome back, Imperfect. How are you? How was everyone's weekend? Gotcha! Now, what do I need to cook next? It comes after meat stew. I need honey for that! Okay. I need what comes after serpent turf. Mushrooms and fat. There we go. I'm trying to finish all of my cooking. That's a cuttlefish. I have a website up to tell me how to do the cooking because I was getting annoyed trying to figure it out. Here, Francis. I'll have... this one done. So I also need money. Because I gotta upgrade my ship one more time. There's one more upgrade for the ship, and then I've fully upgraded my ship, I think. No, Dory isn't here sleeping! Aww! I didn't realize Doria would be in here asleep. That's cute. Doria. Let's head to the deadly pulsar rays, since I'm supposed to do that too. Fried mushrooms. Done. We have an ad starting in 9 minutes, so I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna run ads. I'm also gonna order myself my food, and I will see everyone on the other side. Welcome back from ads, Ohana. And why is it not? There we go. I ordered my food, so we'll be good to go. Need to figure out what I need after meat stir. Meat stew, something I can't make. So what comes after sweet yogurt? I can't make that either. So what's after scrambled eggs? Sweetener, not honey. I've made candy! Let's go! That was easy. After that's... I need what comes after cheese? Fondue. Eggs and pork. Got it. Pork. Egg. Time to do this quest. Let's do this. Are you ready for another challenge? I'll be coming for bold directions. Steal your mind. Visualize the patterns. Use your dash and light burst abilities. And act. I have to get 13 of these. Either. Hopefully I can do this. Oh, this game. I just need 3 more. Come on. Let's go. I got what I needed! Let's go! Yeah. Can do. I could see you were sweating a bit. Good. These challenges are supposed to be difficult. You've earned a carrot. Not a little carrot, but a reward. Here it is. It is in the form of a challenge, however. I have nothing more to say to you. Feedback over. Map location 40 negative 50. Alright. Need to go keep an eye on my food order too. Bacon and eggs made! Let's go. So I need what comes after English cheese and flour. Cornflower, cheese. I gotta figure out where this is. -50. So this is 40 here. -50 is gonna be down here. There's -50. 40 is that? Oh, so if I go to the Everdor, I'd be close to it. Alright. Going to the Everdor. I will be right back. I have a phone call I must take. may have to end stream. Thank you for the lurk though, Grandpa, but I may have to end stream. My mothership just called me, and she's in the hospital, and she's being kept overnight. She got taken to the hospital via ambulance. So, I don't know what's going on. Other than she was at work. There was a really weird odor at work, like something was burning. And then she started getting chest pain, so they called an ambulance for her. And they're gonna be running tests on her tomorrow. So I don't know what's going on. At this point. Yeah. I'm trying not to let it get to me. Cause she's like, go back to stream, I know you're streaming. Do you know how hard it is to go back to streaming when you're told this? I'm waiting to hear from my uncle, or her. Cause my uncle just called her. Because he was on his way home. I'm waiting to hear from one of them to find out what I'm doing, whether or not I'm going to hospital or not. I'm kind of in limbo right now. Yeah. Thank you for the drink. Yeah, I'm kind of in limbo right now, and I'm like, I just ordered you dinner! Is it weird I had a feeling there was something off today? Is it weird? Like, I felt something was off today. Oh shit, and now my pizza's on its way! Great! Okay. This is just great. Here. I don't know if this is gonna work, but hold on. Hold on. Okay. There. There. Words on the stream. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I got my pizza. I'm not really sure what's going on. Letting the pizza cool off because it's super hot. Need whatever's after sweet tea. Beef. I just need beef. Yeah, I guess. It's frustrating, you know? Auto-continue, and like, auto-continue literally just means it auto-goes without needing to trigger anything. You know what? It's not that loud. You're just picky! That's what it is, you're just picky. Good haul, student. You made good on your promise to find these valuables. I know these bring back memories, your ring from a past marriage. These coins from your brother, you say. You need to stop thinking of such things. Your past will always bring you shame. Did it? Yeah, it did. Okay, there we go. Your past will bring you down. Your heart needs to guide you forward. I need you to do something hard. Perhaps impossible in your current state. I need one of those valuables. Take your time to decide. Then you can give it to me. Here, bitch. This chick is such a bitch. She doesn't like meat. She doesn't like fine dining. She doesn't like fried food. What am I supposed to give this bitch? Bread. Yeah, it's about what I'm thinking. Fucking bread. About ready to just say, I'm just about ready to throw fucking coffee in her goddamn face at this point. Here, have some fucking rice. She likes fucking plain food? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Fine. Here, have a ring. That must have been hard, such is life. You live, you lose. Well, are you expecting something in return? I will let you have some time for yourself now, student. You are a bitch with a capital B. Steak. Now, what comes after that I need? Oh, I've made everything I can make until I get the honey. Alright. Fair enough. Time to go tuna fishing. But you can't tune a fish. But you can tune a piano. I'm waiting for you to ban me for that one, Causer. like some more sugary stuff. While I wait for Kaiser to ban me from a comment. I know what I said. Thank you for the posture check and the drink. I said you can tune. I said you can't tune a fish, but you can tune a piano. Yes, I'm gonna say it again. Oh, you're not gonna ban me for that comment. Normally, that's something you would do. I'm surprised. Kaiser must be in a generous mood today. That's not a text message I'm looking for. Let's see how long it takes me to catch this tuna. Fuck you, tuna. Why do you hate me, Tina Fish? I don't want to hear this. I hate the fishing in this game sometimes. Are you really seriously doing this game? Why are these fish so difficult to catch? I'm sitting here, I'm watching you. And the problem is, I can't... That's the problem. much trouble with the other fish. I don't have this much trouble. This fish is gonna make me crash out, I swear. I just want to do the things I need to do for the cooking. Why? First you tell me, first I'm supposed to reel it in when it's red, then I'm not. Make up your mind. No, because, okay. At one point it was trying, I was doing that and it was going back to normal colors, so I don't know anymore. Would you just get caught, you arsony? Never mind. Oh, what does she want now? What do you want now, Elena? Students, I have another tasting for you, and you're tough enough not to be broken. I need you to take me to the other door. You're equipped to do so now. We don't need to say more until we get there. Peace. Quiet. That's good practice. It starts now. Honestly? Not upset about getting rid of that bitch. And you... There you go. I mean, one side... Here you go, buddy. I think you're like the last one I have. Comfort food and old-fashioned. There you go, have some fried chicken. I also got a figure. Oh, you got a drawing? A drawing of the boat! Oh. Why is he so precious? Alright, we gotta figure out where this one is. That looks like the ice area. It's not there. Don't think it's Mostine Cove. No. It's down here? Mm-mm. Well, this is an area I haven't even discovered yet. I'm just gonna go down here for a minute and see what's down there. Through the mist we go! What's out here? Anything? Jack and shit. Okay. I'm still waiting for my pizza to cool down. Seasons. Once in a while, there'll be one of the then that stands out from the pack. It's a numbers game. You'll break a few. Then we'll hatch eventually. The fuck are you on, lady? Hidden thicket discovered. Is this lady on drugs? I think this lady's on drugs. We're going to the hidden thicket. I need to know what's in the hidden ticket. Power loans? What's a power loan? I know what a power line is, but not a power loan. No. I will not. You cannot make me. You get on me all the time about my misspellings. Come on now. Wow! You have to suddenly leave stream, never to return. Well, I guess then that means I have to remove your mod shit? If you're leaving? Isn't that how this works? gonna say, that can't be it. That can't be it for this Ariel. I guess it is. That's kind of boring. There ain't much here. Nobody's promised tomorrow. Yeah, that's everything here, okay. Just for a while. I gotta figure out where this next map takes me, though. I'm looking for an island that looks like that. Okay. The northern ones? Okay. I'll go over there and I'll go over to the thing and look. It's not you. It's not any of these guys. None of these. I don't think it's not Molstein. To the left? Okay. You think it's Molstein? You think it's you think it's Molstein? You might be right because I don't see anything else kind of resembling that, other than Molstein. Hi, Stormy. How are you? Kirby! No! Stop sucking on the fucking game, Kirby! Ooh, Tucker Knight. That sounds good.
Stella! There is different. We've reached it, have we not?
Yes.
Don't let us leave.
Well, you'll have to fight Kirby, I guess.
The air, it has this quality.
I'm actually gonna pause this.
Yes, I understand now. All the pieces of self that were lost. Well, they ought to be here. You look dejected. Do not. You knew all along, Stella. You had to. Did you think it would not end here? No. I cannot be fooled like the others. The laws of this ocean have no bearing on me. You traveled with me, Stella, and I am grateful for it. If only you saw the beauty within the depths, the wonders that have amazed and alienated me.
Bat not saying much.
I hope you see now that I am not to be pitied. Such brilliance is a gift like no other, and I am happy that with me, you could glance at it. You see it now, do you not? My transparency, my lack of substance. I'm not getting better. Since the storm, every day ribbons of me falling into oblivion. I have lost too much. I am incomplete beyond repair. Below the critical mass required for a continued existence. Echoes of echoes can only last so long. Goodbye, Stella.
Yeah, but I kind of get what I get what she's saying. And it hurts to get what she's saying. I'm seeing the memories. Yeah, I'm getting it. As foretold, here we are again, Spiritfarer. For the last time. Feeble and helpless, a faint murmur drifting in silence. Whispered words, a simple question. Why did you choose this life, Stella? Why did you spend it ushering others through their final moments? Was your vocation an affectionate duty born of compassion? Or a display of selfishness, of everlasting uncertainty? Did you do it for them? Or for yourself? To know me and grow accustomed to my presence? To conquer me? Am I less daunting to you now? Or am I still a ghastly shadow, a deafening absence? Remember, when your body failed, you knew. You'd seen it 1,000 times. You knew I would come. You fought valiantly, yet suffered all the same. I was deep within your heart, as I had always been. In your final moments, you accepted my call. You accept my call. You slowly draw your last breath. And here we are. You know this is the end. But you're not alone. Embraced by the love of your mother, and now your sister. She is here, holding your hand. Go now. You are not alone. So that was her sister. I know. I'm late. I couldn't get off work earlier. Parking in this part of town is a mess. This place, it's a maze. Listen to me. I'm going on about the parking. And look at you. Are you awake? How are you holding on? Can you hear me, sis? Oh, this is her sister. Can you say, Lily is my favorite sister for me? Well, if it's true, your only sister, so you don't have to you don't have a choice there. Wish I could hear your voice. I'd rather have you screaming, Lily, get out of my room. I'd rather have you laughing. I'd even rather have you snoring. Let me come a bit closer. Mom's asleep. It's late. I know. Jeez, 2 hours late. Sorry again. No wonder Mom's passed out. Oh, I have a surprise for you. I swung by the house yesterday and got some things. Well, 2 things. First, where is it? There we are. Voila! A bottle of single malt from Mom's secret stash. Don't worry, I'll do the drinking and talking for both of us. And this, your photo album. It's got some good ones. Cute baby pictures, big family gatherings, embarrassing college parties, the works. Let's start at the beginning. Stella, the adorable baby. Geez, being this cute should be illegal. Give me a second. I'll pour myself a drink. Oh, look at this one. You're so tiny. Where was this taken? What does it say on the back of the picture? Colmar Alsace, 1973. Sorry. This game gets to me. I think it's understandable that the game gets to me. Captain? Arr, what does old Johnny Civilix say? I'm trying to get a new character, just roll with it. Your king has boarded the vessel. A pirate captain has a sister, or should I say, an able sailor. Someone to swap the decks, perhaps. No. Excuse me, old great pirate captain. We wouldn't give a member of your family such vile duties. Especially since she has gifted us with such an extravagant gift. Yes, my mouth feels funny when I do that sound. A great gift indeed. The ability for your ship to travel during nighttime. How does it work? I do not care and I don't want to know. The only thing I know is, don't look a gift squid in the mouth. We are no longer bound by the laws of mere mortals. We are free to roam the open seas, including when the sun goes down. We are pirates. We will live forever. Everyone knows the best pirate crimes are committed at night. We can now steal treasure instead of sleep. Hidden bounties to be discovered. No more Z's for this crew. Onwards, O great pirate captain. Let's take this ship for its twilight maiden voyage. What's up, Stanley? You want some food? Here, have some breakfast. So you think it's over by where I was by brain function? You think it's over here? Over by Mostein. Okay. To the right of Mostein, okay. Teach the same thing every year, the same words, the same language. Knowledge is unbreakable. You cannot unlearn something that has invaded your mind. You just need to be open to the possibilities, Stella. Every time you won these drills or I see you holding a crew, I think all the first student I helped. Celeste was this bright kid. She had lost her mother, had a difficult time concentrating. Her day-to-day struggles were immense. However, she was determined. She wanted this prestigious scholarship. It took coaching, after-school lessons, phone calls to her dad. She did not get that scholarship. She didn't have a chance. She learned that even when you try hard, you might fail harder. Like I said, it's a numbers game. She would never be the same. Neither would I. Okay. Do I have anything plain? Does plain dishes satisfying? Oh, I don't need to hear this. I'll be sad. Or this. So what, like, maybe around here-ish? 106-ish? Well, we'll see. I'm gonna catch fish while I'm on my way. I do have to say Stanley wants to leave the ship, and I'm not letting him. Is don't want to let him leave. I'm terrible. I love Stanley too much. I'm tired of losing characters I love. Let me have at least a character I love for the whole game.
My friend!
Shadow Mod! Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Stitch. I am your friendly non-binary alien demon here on Twitch. I am also best friends with the Mothman. Welcome in. What did you get up to, Shadow Mod? Claire Obscure? How are you liking it? Well, it's not here. It's not here. And thank you for the ride. If you need to go do any after stream care stuff for yourself, please feel free to do so. And thank you for trusting me with your community. There's part of the map I haven't explored up here. Okay. We're taking a trip. This is interesting, because this fish keeps putting up a fight. Oh, I'm not gonna know what it was. Oh well. I'm getting things that they keep breaking the rod. I need to stop snapping my rod. That's not healthy. I'm trying to catch you! Hold me like a crutch. I give up. I bypassed something over here. These guys are fine on food. Cow, are you hungry? No, you're fine. Chickens have made egg. Grilled fish is plain. I'm trying to figure out what the hell she would like. Hold me like a grudge. You know what, Kaiser? I think you're right. I'm gonna make bread. And see if she likes bread. Like, if that's her favourite thing. Hold me like a grudge. Hold me like a grudge. Now I don't know where that was that I saw! Where is she? We were past this. I know we went past the Misty Woods. I know that much. Got that real good stuff. Where's that bread? Now I don't know where it was. I hate this. I'm gonna plant fire glow, not that I need it. Plant sunflowers, because I do need those to feed the chickens. Oh! Cat, get out of my way! I jumped off the boat for this! Oak log, aluminium ore, shoes, and a medium glim bottle. Okay? That's what I jumped off the ship for? I guess there's worse things to jump off the ship for? Eh? Sorry, it was over here. Cap him. You reminded me of a young pirates will be on my last ship. You were a natural with them all. Bit of an attitude, so my previous captain traded him for barrels of firewater. Was it worth it? Of course it's been. Couldn't feel my fingers for days. Come to think of it, he also had a big hat. Arr! Don't worry, Captain, this be your ship. If anything, I'm the one who could be traded. The hole doesn't have any liquor by chance. Next on, maybe. Until the next issue of Looters, a literary review. This is what I get for exploring. Note to self, I need to do more exploring. Improved tools! It'll improve my fishing. Thank you for the drink. Oh, I got an achievement. I've activated all the shrines. Yeah, you're not wrong. It might make getting that one fish easier. I might not be cussing them out so much now. Let's go to the bus stop and give Lily another hug. In machinery of the sea, there's no rapture for me. I have to go harass this guy at the South Point docks. And I need more ass bavies and mustral bavies and talk to the foreman in the South Point docks. I need XP potions, spirit flower, and rose gold sheets. Wherever she goes, little sister, you're all that I know. So where are the South Point docks? Because I don't know. That's Overbrook. Oxbury. South Point docks. Is there a closer one? Not really. South Point docks. Boop. Hopefully this really does make fishing easier. That's a flounder. I don't need that. I don't need flounders. No, I don't want to start the event. Despite how pretty that event is. just catching all the lobsters now. Apparently I'm lobster farming. I didn't realise I was lobster farming. No! We're not missing you. Potato and wheat seeds! I need those. Now I will get on the ship again. These guys still don't need food. Okay. Let's see, can I fish this up? Why is it just flounder? I mean, flounder's great, it tastes great, but I don't need flounder. King salmon, okay, but that's not a salmon I need. God damn it. I have the worst luck. So who am I talking to? You there. You're here for the lemons? Oh god, listen. Be cool and don't worry about it. Just take these lemons and get out of here. I don't want them in my life. I don't need the trouble. Ride the lemon dragon? The fuck? Okay. What a name for a quest. Lemon dragon. Okay. I'm not gonna question it. I think it's safer if I don't question lemon dragon. Hello, I need to speak to you. Out of the way, I'm working here. Hello. My overtime pay isn't coming yet. I've been doing double shifts for the last 2 months. This is just poor planning. Hey, it's hard to get good help still. I'm burning out over here. Move! Rude. Ah! Ooh, what kind of tacos? Fish, chicken, pork, beef, vegetarian? Beef. Got it. What's on the tacos? I got this job when I got out of college. I wanted to be a painter. I went to art school. I was trash. I couldn't create anything. I hadn't seen the world. Hadn't met people. Hadn't fought with other people. Lives, you know. Now I get done at 5 and I can paint all night. It's perfect. I'm still not very good, but I'm better. I'll get there. We should be wearing hard hats for this job. This is just dangerous. Chicken and taco rice balls sounds good. I'm trying to land on that and I can't. here. Oh, sheep corral upgrade. Let's go. Perfect. Sheep. I got an opal out of that marble. Okay, there's nothing there. Yeah, there's nothing on this one. Ah! I'm a bit busy right now, miss. One of my guys got his hands cut. Oh my god! He got his hands cut off! Yeah, I know. There's quite a bit of paperwork. If Mike wants his hospital bills paid, he needs to sign this thing from corporate office. It's pretty boilerplate legal stuff. Saying Mike won't see if they pay his medical bills. Anyway, the doctors are reattaching his hands right now, so he'll be able to sign it soon enough. I know! Apparently doctors can do that! What was the name of his doctor again? I don't remember his name, but I know where he lives. Why? Because he kept saying over and over. He's very proud of his penthouse in the old central district. It was weird. I was in the operating room as a representative of the company. I was also talking about his hot tub and his $1 million watch. Reminding us that he was the best doctor in the whole wide world. All of that while reattaching Mike's two hands. It was pretty... How are you allowed to be in the operating room? I was just thinking, can you stop talking and concentrate on reattaching my body's hands? Anyway, Mike's gonna be okay. He'll be back at work soon. The company only offers 5 sick days a year. And he already took his couple to take care of his daughter. Hands or no hands, Mike will be into... Are you fucking insane? Mike will be in tomorrow. And I guess his doctor will be in a penthouse in Old Central District. What an odd world. I heard we might lose our jobs next week. Don't tell anyone. It's a big secret. What are these containers? In one of these containers is a bunch of robots. Robots that might replace us. We are literally shipping robots that'll take a job. It's pretty depressing. Honestly, that whole thing is a bit fucking weird, if you ask me. He's allowed in the operating room. And the guy has surgery to reattach his hands. And he has to come back to work tomorrow. No. That whole thing is odd. Mike got his hands cut off yesterday. It was gross. There was that red stuff everywhere. Ah, it was so intense. Apparently the doctors were able to reattach them. Isn't that wild? Science is so rad. You could do anything these days. I'm concerned for Mike. Anyone else concerned for Mike? Or am I the only one? That sounds that sounds like a lot of medical malpractice. And a lot of OSHA violations. That's what that sounds like to me. I could be wrong, but it does. What was that? I heard some loud claims coming from the desk last night. Are you working on a secret project? No. Well, you should probably look around the boat. Something might be broken. This plain dish is satisfying. So she doesn't like So, bread isn't the meal she wants. What's broken, bitch? I'm so confused. I don't know what's broken. But I do know someone left the cake out in the rain. Jackie? What the? Oh, Stella! It's, you see, it's not what it looks like. I was heck. Yeah, I'm living here. I don't have anywhere else to go. I certainly can't go back to that crappy hospital. Not after what happened with Daria. So I sneaked in and this place seemed empty, so I figured it wouldn't hurt anyone. What, it's your friend's house? Well, how was I supposed to know that? Anyway, she's not even using it. I bet she's on some fancy vacation, right? She's lounging around in one of her 50 villas. Some people have everything, while us mooks have nothing. So you know what? If she wants her house back, she'll have to kick me out herself. Yeah, that's it. I'll show her that. What? She's... Oh. Shit. I'm sorry, Stella. I didn't know. I'm talking too darn much again. Leave me a minute. I'll pack my stuff and get out of your way. I know when I'm not welcome. What? I can live here? You do that for me even after all I did? Well, if you insist, I'll find some spot over the way, and I really don't want to sleep in the streets again. Yeah, you'll see. I could pay you back by helping around the boat. Jackie's not a freeloader. I don't need your help. You need mine. Yeah, just like old times. And, you know, thanks, Stella. Thanks, Stella. You must be really fucking hungry, Jackie. Right home, thanks for the meal. I was starving. Oof, yeah, I needed that. I took nearly enough hugs. So he likes me. There's nothing I haven't found what he dislikes, but I don't know what his favourite food is. Now we gotta find this penthouse. I have a feeling I know where it is. It's just the getting to it is a right pain in the fucking ass. He should be here. Stop right there! Wait! What? You're looking for a doctor? Well, look no further. You found him! You found me! A rubber-man hand surgeon. Been on talk shows. I've been recognised in malls. I own a 600-gallon hot tub. Always tropical and ready for when this doctor comes home. And after a day of doing what surgeons do, I need to relax my hands in warm, bubbling water. That's the life of this prestigious doctor. I'm known for my impeccable surgery skills and for being punctual. I'm always on time because of this watch. It costs so much money, I don't want to say. It's encrusted with rare diamonds. It's a triple retrograde tourbillon. Well, I can see I lost you there. I bought it as a gift for myself after my 4th marriage. Now back to you. You need a doctor for Overbrook. Oh, that place closed down. And it's so far away. Why would I ever work in a place like that? For money? I'd do it for more money. No one ever says no to more money. I just love buying myself new things. When I'm not at work, I shower myself with expensive gifts, such as my nature. I would consider it for, 10,000 glims up front. No bi-weekly payments, glims only. A one-time offer. Deal? Well, well. I can hear the money sloshing around in your pockets. Fork it over if you still want me to work at that awful overbook. Alright? Fine. Well, just like that, you've got yourself a deal. I'll start prepping my move. I'll tell my drop that I'm moving on up to a better gig. Overbook doesn't sound too exciting. I might just lie and say I'm going to a more reputable hospital. Well, see you around. Thanks for the money. Can I leave your cake out in the rain, sir? Is that allowed? Can I leave his cake out in the rain? Good. Alright. Later. Alright. I can't wait to see it set. This will be another turning point in my career. Alright. It probably is just floating on top of the hot top. Probably. Okay, let's see. I have to go to Oxbury, find raspberries and strawberries, and go to Overbrook. You know, I'm surprised he wasn't all the way at the toppest, the toppest. The most top area? Mahi mahi. That's another king salmon. I don't need king salmon, but, you know. Let's plant some more sunflower seeds. And tea seeds, and give me a second. My phone went off. I'm gonna check it. Nothing. Okay. What do I need to upgrade the sheep corrals? Linen fiber. Ah. Gotta turn in these lemons. Hi, lemon vendor. This is amazing. You really pulled through. I was worried for a second there. I had some pretty bad people breathing down my neck. Fucking lemons. I know, right? People are hyped up on these darn lemons. Anyway, you did good. Thank you for the lemons, and here's a little something for your troubles. Thanks! I rode the lemon dragon. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it there. We're just gonna leave it there. I don't really know what to say about that. But I think I'm actually gonna end here. I've been live for 4 hours. Thank you for the drink. I'll grab that. There's still more to do in this game, and I know there is, but I don't want to finish it just that quickly. We're gonna go find someone to raid. Who? I don't know. But someone. Let me see who's on that we can raid. Alrighty. I find somebody. We're gonna go raid another one of my fellow clan cast members, Gaming Jan Bun. Jan's currently playing Sea of Thieves. Tomorrow I will be live with a new game, thanks to Dread XP Games for the game. I will be live with White Knuckle. But I will see you all tomorrow at 4 PM Eastern. Do remember that you are loved, you are valid, and you matter, and do something to make someone smile today because the world's hard enough as it is. Tell someone you love them. I love you, my Ohana. You have a great night. If you are not subbed, here's your raid message. You're subbed. Here's your raid message. Copy it down. Show Jan the love that you show me.